Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here in chat. That you made it in time, even without the stream not being scheduled. And yeah, as always, I'm late. Classic. My excuse is I would just want to give you time to kind of join the stream in time, if that makes sense. And now here this also works, what I waited for all the time. But I hope you had a good day. And thank you so much for your support. It was very nice to see that so many people joined the new channel and so on. Also have to catch up a little bit with chat. Wait a moment. Where is my chat? Here it is. I'll make it a bit bigger so you can read better. So a lot of people just joined. Theologos K, welcome. Nice to see you. Der Bionicle fan, also nice to see you. Dramatic Music, Pumpkin Rick, nice to see you as well. Spielkalb von Sparta, also a long time no see. Great to see you here again. Otaku Senpai, also welcome. The stream's still just starting? Yeah, it's still starting. It always takes a moment or two for me to start the stream. Also Rico, nice to see you as well. Good afternoon. I played tabletop RPGs when in my younger times, quite a bit actually, but recently not really, because the people I usually met to play with live like spread all over Germany. Also Rosemary and Balder, nice to see you as well. Woody Black, also welcome. Alexi, nice to see you. And all the others who might lurk in the shadow or Murray also have overlooked, sorry. I might have overlooked somebody else. Muad, also welcome, nice to see you as well. Yeah, if I overlooked you, it's just, I'm sorry, it's just many different names. And here we are again. Another day, another Tolkien lore Q&A, I would say. I think I really have to make it smaller. I know I can play online, but it never we tried this as well, but it never really worked. You know what I mean? Like finding the time that everybody has time on the same day and is committed to sit together for a couple of hours is really difficult. And at we played for a time online, and then it just didn't work out anymore. It's unfortunate, even though I would be interested. Though I guess I'm also so busy right now with a lot of things. It feels like I have barely time for stuff like that. But maybe in the future. Would be actually nice, to be honest. What is interesting that I don't know. I've played very few Lord of the Rings tabletop related things. But all kinds of other stuff. Like I played a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, of course. The Black Eye, the Schwarze Auge, as it's called in Germany, DSR. And what else did we play? Vampire the Masquerade. Tiny bit of Cthulhu. And there's the revised version of the Star Wars system that uses the D20 system as well. Back in the day when I was still more into Star Wars. Stuff like that. Mouse West shared an update about the new Lord of the Rings video game recently. Know anything about it? No. To be honest, usually I'm quite, when it comes to video games, I'm usually relatively well informed. Let's look into Man of the West's channel in the meantime. Showers to Joysten as well, of course. Fantastic creator. Okay, made a video 6 days ago. No, but I think there was a news snippet I heard stuff about some time ago. But then I simply forgot. Ever played Blood on the Clock Tower? No, interestingly not. If anyone wants to play, hit me up. What's your favorite Tolkien book outside The Lord of the Rings and why? So, do you mean besides the book Lord of the Rings? Or do you mean a book that is not Lord of the Rings related at all? When it comes to at all, I have to admit I have not read many Tolkien books beyond that. Yeah, just as soon, yeah, it looks like it. There's not much news about that, it seems. Very interesting. But no, not really. I think there was some announcement it's still in development or something, some milestone was reached, I forgot. I just think about then I would actually also go with the Silmarillion, I guess. I'm not sure if Unfinished Tales would count, which I also really like. But I think the Silmarillion then still takes the cake because it kind of kickstarts to everything, and with at least when you start reading and then further, if you know the Lord of the Rings and understand how the Silmarillion is connected to the Lord of the Rings, it's a really mind-blowing book. So I would potentially go into this direction, even though we could argue Christopher Tolkien released it, but yeah, mostly text from his father. So yeah, it's that I really, really like. I just finished reading Watership Down yesterday, got heavy Lord of the Rings vibes from it, with the quest narrative, mythic qualities, constructed language, and focus on nature. That's up with Fellowship. Oh, nice. That's also a good question. Who would you realistically see yourself being in the Tolkien universe? I would probably be an inn owner and a hobbit. I also would be. Oh, Nature of Middle Earth. Nature of Middle Earth is also really interesting, I think. But the Unfinished Tales, it's also pretty close in my opinion. I like it quite a bit. But to come to the other question, yeah, I would also see myself more on the Hobbit side, to be honest. The question is, what would I do in The Hobbit? That's a good question. Not in The Hobbit. What would I do in the Shire as a Hobbit? I don't know. Especially realistically. So I don't know. I think I would repair stuff or something like that. The question is, what am I good at repairing? At least the hobbits have some more of course, they also have, what do you call it? More mechanical things, kind of like that stuff, compared to, I don't know, a fence or something, but something like that. Hill walking, book collecting, and maybe a bit of pub. Yes. Also, question, der Bionic event. I assume you liked the book. We could get a free leak to send you free products to review. I have to admit, due to, I don't know, maybe my smaller channel size, I rarely get stuff sent for free to review. I was already surprised I got a key for Tales of the Shire. I wish I could have reached a few more people playing it, but I think we definitely made some content about it and had a good time there. It's a good book, quite mature and sophisticated for what is normally a children's tale. Oh, interesting. A ranger in the Lord of the Rings universe. Okay, that's very nice. Ranger defending the Shire. She is a preacher. I'm not sure that Richard Adams was especially influenced by Tolkien, but I haven't looked into that either. No, it's always difficult to tell, I think. I mean, there's always like the difference or the interesting phenomenon that maybe he was inspired by the same sources Tolkien was inspired, and then something similar emerged. It was, for example, kind of the case for Blade Runner and Neuromancer. No, we struggled to get it published because it didn't fit really into adult or children fiction. Interesting. Also, there's an interesting question by Balder in the Twitch chat, in the German Twitch chat. Oh, Tolkien erklärt also on the. Hello, my question. Piet. Hey, Lucas, nice to see you. Yeah, that is true. Blade Runner was like a very, very loose adaptation on Philip K. Dick's "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep," but let's say the visual style and the ideas were kind of what I think made Blade Runner stick out, and less the adaptation part of "Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep," in my opinion. And Neuromancer, like when William Gibson wrote Neuromancer, he watched like the film and said, "Oh no, I'm screwed. Everybody thinks now I'm kind of copy pasting Blade Runner here in my book, so I have to change a few things. But in the end, the reason why he wrote a very similar start script or manuscript for Neuromancer was because both were heavily inspired for their visual style by what is it called? The let me just Google it really quick. What was it called in the United States? Or in the English? The Heavy Metal Magazine, I think it was called, right? Yes. And there some short stories and stuff were published. And this inspired, like The Long Tomorrow and stuff like that. This inspired both of them, interestingly, independently of each other. It's kind of an interesting thing. See my history of the cyberpunk thing video. I like how Rosemary just recruits Tolkien Eclair over to the German Twitch chat. Maybe a little bit more populated. And Red Lord Rings entering public domain. What something like Sci-Fi Channel would do with it. It will be also interesting to see. Hey Joe, nice to see you as well. Since I've read one from Donald, there's a beautiful animated feature. Well, worth viewing. Last time also welcome. Also, Jay Zeitzone. I always wonder how your name is pronounced, but welcome. So, to question of Balder, to just not kind of skip over it, also with the question beards. Not again. But that's interesting, the chapter beard. So, is it possible for other races than human to become ring race? The question to that is, I mean, it is implied, it depends a bit, even though hobbits count towards the men, towards humans. A hobbit can, it seems, also be turned into a ring race. There's no precedent for this in the, no real precedent for it in the law. To my knowledge, in the Silmarillion, though, there is an interesting mention of phantoms. And there is a theory among fans that phantoms might be elf race. So, elf spirits enslaved by Sauron. Let me see if I find the passage for that. But he that is a master shall yet prevail, and he will deliver you from this phantom, and his name is Melkor. No. Maybe it was in earlier writings. It's tough to find for me always, of the phantom thing. Let me just see, maybe I have something. Nope. Okay, now I have to really look it up. Yeah, there was set to strangle phantoms of their... I could also swear I can't find it in the Silmarillion right now. Mountains of Terror, Mountains of Terror, Mountains of Terror, Phantoms of Terror. Why did I find this passage? Did I write it wrong? Or is... no, it's not activated. Strange. So let me just read the passage here. The forest under... Where do we go in? It was called Deldorf and Tower Nufuin, the forest under nightshade. The trees that grew there after the burning were black and grim, and their roots were tangled, groping in the dark like claws. And those who strayed among them became lost and blind, and were strangled or pursued to madness by phantoms of terror. At last, so desperate was the case of Barahir that Imeldir, the man-hearted, his wife, whose mind was rather to fight beside her son and her husband than to flee, gathered together all the women and children that were left and gave arms to those that would bear them, and she led them into the mountains that lay behind, and so by perilous paths until they came at last with loss and misery to Brethil. That was the Haladin. So it's an interesting little passage that often forgotten. It's not explicitly stated what these phantoms are exactly, but some speculate it might be elven spirits. If that is true, it might be possible that also an elf can become a wraith, though I think there's no explicit case for that. It's just like an interpretation. So I think maybe... Not sure if somebody in chat knows like another quote, maybe in Laws and Customs, that kind of covers that. I feel like some texts in Laws of Customs make it very difficult for race to become for elves become wraiths. And dwarves on the other side can't become wraiths. There is also like an explicit, relatively clear statement for that in the Lord of the Rings, actually. Question is how it was phrased. It should be, I think it's in Appendix A. There's also a dwarf section. I found it. I remembered that there was a word steadfastly, however it's pronounced. The only power over them, the dwarves, so for the dwarves had proved untamable by his means. The only power over them that rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could not be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will, and for the same reason their lives were not affected by the ring to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. So, dwarves can't be turned into wraiths, that we know. Tolkien never made, to my knowledge, an explicit statement like this for elves, so maybe elves can be turned into wraiths, but hobbits and men can, and ents I also don't think can be turned into wraiths, but who knows? Yeah, I also have to catch up with chat a little bit. While reading is always tough to keep up with chat. Hey Mark, nice to see you as well. Did Tolkien ever go in depth as to why he referred to the Roman Empire as his Gondor? That's a good question. Potentially have to look into the letter where I think he mentioned it. Let me just look a bit deeper into. I'll say if I welcomed you, Rico. Nice to see you. Thank you for your support. And of course, Three Rings, Elven Rings Under the Sky. Maybe the verse predated the story development. That's a good question by Joe as well. And other Rings of Power actually do. We have a video on this channel. We can also talk about this in a moment. Of course, that's a topic I'm usually quite familiar with. So we had this in the comment section. The Nazgûl were locked away in tombs. How would they dispose of King Eärnur? Yeah, that's kind of the problem, I think. I mean, they could be put in a tomb after Eärnur was dead or something. Oh, that sounds interesting, the Bionicle fan. Do you suppose that many Sylvan have never answered the call to the Hall of Mandos? I don't think so, that they would not answer the call, to be honest. But in regards, I guess, to the Phantom question, or to the can they be turned to Ringwraiths question, the problem with that is always, I mean, could there be a reason why somebody would not be summoned there? I mean, in a way, even Fëanor was summoned into the halls of Mandos. And he did a lot of things, let's say, wrong in his life. There is also Eol, who is, let's say, also an interesting elf. So there might be some extreme exceptions here and there that they might get denied. But I don't know. The elves are usually too pure to get to the side of evil. I'm so curious in how you would perform in a quiz I have found online. Hey, Crafty Spirit, nice to see you. I don't know, it depends a bit on the questions. I, for example, am very bad with film quotes. Go together on stream. Yeah, that's interesting. But it needs a bit of setup, I think. But that's a cool idea, Pumpkin Rick. Were some of the dead elves and the dead masters sort of race-like? I think the film race in the water is a bit exaggerated, to be honest, in Peter Jackson's adaptation. There are some hints in this direction in the book, if I remember correctly, but it could also be a hallucination by the, let's call it swamp gas or whatever is going on there. What happened with the spiritual forms of other Avadi elves? Surely they were not summoned to the halls of Mandos. I think they could be summoned to the halls of Mandos. The Avadi just refused to go on the great journey, but that doesn't mean they are necessarily evil. They just took a different path, even though they rejected the summon of the Valar. I think when they die, things have to be kind of in order in Middle-earth, so in a way, I feel like, yeah, why would they not be summoned to the halls of Mandos? I think the Avadi can also be summoned there. I can't give you a good text proof for this because Tolkien doesn't write about it, but in my opinion, if they get re-embodied in Aman is a different story, but getting summoned to the halls of Mandos is definitely possible. And else see two Legolases, identical riders with white hair, a grey clock, the back of a white horse. Okay, maybe I have to look at the scene. Hey, Revolverator, also thank you for your support, much appreciated. Nice to see you. Both on the right? Okay, I have to maybe look into that. I'm sure if I have a screenshot of that, though. Hey, Windnust, nice to see you. Quiz name: the first 10 men, elves, orcs mention Lord of the Rings. Oh god, that could also be something I'm not good at. Vala ask: elven spirits came to Halls of Mandos. They fired that evil side and did harm to the homeless spirit. Or they find. Yeah, I could imagine that if it's an entity, if an elf or whatever is truly evil, that he might not be summoned to the halls. I can see that. Like, for example, we have a case with Saruman, for example, and it's heavily implied that he was not summoned to the halls of Mandos. You can be my phone joke on film quotes, Rosemary. Nice. Hopping on for the algorithm, but working. Oh no, dupe. I wish you good luck. Stream will be available as a VOD, though when you watch it directly after the stream ends, there will be a lot of ads. So I have to remove them and then place them manually again. It's kind of a bit strange when it comes to YouTube. My impression is that the spirits of all fallen elves automatically go to the halls of waiting, where I think there's a place of reward or punishment. They're just waiting for the end. Yeah, exactly, basically. So I also think it like this. Though there might be spirits that are not summoned to the halls. Like I said, I think there might be cases for that. It was not, I think, directed at you, Otaku Senpai. I think it was Mari. Okay, so there was a question where I said, yeah, I should answer that. The question about Gondor and why he called it his Roman Empire. I think you're referring to something, Rico, that is in one of Tolkien's letters. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's tough to find. I mean, and I remember that Tolkien compares Numenor, I think, with quite a few things. Which letter was it? Yeah, it's 211. There, I think, are some questions. For what closest to Middle-earth? Where was the winged crown of Gondor like a Valkyrie or depicted as a Galaxy? So here's a section in the letter. The Númenóreans of Gondor were proud, peculiar, and archaic. I think are best pictured in, say, Egyptian terms. In many ways, they resembled Egyptians. The love of and power of construct, the gigantic and massive, and in their great interest in ancestry and tombs. But not, of course, in theology, in which they were Hebraic, even more Puritan. But this would take long to set out. Just think how it is pronounced. Let me just look it up real quick. Yeah, Puritan, okay. Puritan, but this would take long to set out, to explain indeed why there's practically no overt religion, or rather religious acts or places or ceremonies among the good or anti-Sauron people in the Lord of the Rings. I think the crown of Gondor, the Sindarin crown, was very tall, like that of Egypt, but with wings attached, not to set straight back, but at an angle. And there was a little thing by Tolkien, a little drawing by Tolkien. The Northern Kingdom had only a diadem, whatever it's pronounced in English, the difference between North and South kingdoms of Egypt. So Tolkien in this letter 211 compares it more to Egypt. However, there might be a comparison to the Roman Empire somewhere as well. The Númenóreans of Gondor were proud, peculiar, and archaic, and I think are best pictured in Egyptian terms. In many ways, they resembled Egyptians, the love of and power to construct. They liked constructing. They had enjoyed the power to do so. The gigantic and the massive, and in their greatest interest in ancestry and tombs and so on. So in this regard, hey, Aniversab, nice to see you. There's a YouTube stream, but I also stream to the Twitch chat. Yeah, there are definitely multiple inspirations for the Gondorians in this regard, but I think these Egyptian ideas or concepts, or I don't know, in German would say Tugenden. What is this in English? Virtues, that's the word I was looking for. That these virtues might also fit to the Roman Empire, to be honest. So in a way, I think that definitely goes into this direction. I'm not sure how the interest of the Roman Empire was in ancestry. I would be surprised if it would not be there at all. Can also post the link here in Twitch for the YouTube chat, for the YouTube thing. Nobody asked there. I think I'll read also that some hard words, geographically and in the architecture, Gondor was a bit similar to Byzantine Empire. Hey, Meeking, nice to see you. Yeah, like I said, there could be multiple things there. Then there is the whole downfall, like Atlantis, which is definitely ancient Greek. Yeah. This element also exists. Nice, Meeking. So let me just scroll here to the other chat. Yeah, she actually does say this. So if elves would stay in Middle Earth, there is like an explanation why they have to leave, and it's that they're basically their spirit consumes their body and they become like they fade. This concept of fading is somewhere described, and that is a state that is not good for the elf, because the elf needs both body and spirit, body and mind, so to say, and they're not complete without it, and then they are, as you say, diminished. This should be something we find in History of Middle-earth book, Morgoth's Ring. So yes, yeah, that's a whole section. Let me try what it was called. Of death and the severance of fear and Rondo. And that's about elves and being houseless, so losing their body and so on and so forth. Let me read some sections here. What then happened to the houseless fair? The answer to this question the elves did not know by nature. In their beginnings, so they report, they believed or guessed that they entered into nothing and ended like other living things that they knew, even as a tree that was felled and burned. Others guessed more darkly that they pass into the realm of night and into the power of the Lord of Night. These opinions were plainly derived from the shadow under which they awoke, and it was to deliver them from this shadow upon their minds, more even than from the dangers of Ardar Mad, that the Valar desired to bring them to the light of Aman. It was in Aman that they learned of Manwë that each fair was imperishable within the life of Ardar, and that its fate was to inhabit Ardar to its end. Those fear, therefore, that in the marring of Ardar suffered unnaturally a divorce from their Rondor, their Hroar. Hard to say word. It's the voiceless Hroar. Hroar. As a voiceless R and a voiced R at the end. It's difficult to say. Remained still in Ardar and in time, but in this state they were open to the direct instruction and command of the Valar. As soon as they were disbodied, they were summoned to leave the places of their life and death and go to the halls of waiting, Mandos, in the realm of the Valar. If they obeyed this summons, different opportunities lay before them. The length of time that they dwelt in the waiting was partly at the will of Namo, the judge lord of Mandos, partly at their own will. The happiest fortune they deemed was after the waiting to be reborn, for so the evil and grief that they had suffered in the curtailment of their nature course might be redressed. Here in this text version, though, we still have the concept of rebirth, which was an early concept. Later they were re-embodied. Tolkien wrote a whole section about it, but abandoned it, unfortunately. Or not unfortunately, I think the idea of re-embodiment I also like a bit more, to be honest. The fear of the... that's also a note, 32. The fear of the Eldar, with rare exceptions, at once obeyed that summons. The fear of the Eldar, with rare exceptions, at once obeyed that summons. After that, different opportunities lay before them. Okay, that's just different wording for this thing here, for the different text. Now we'd have to scroll down to the re-embodiment part, where they get basically a new body and how it's described there. Rehouse for rebirth, yeah, basically. You can make an argument. Tolkien thought into this direction. This kind of explains a bit how Tolkien imagined how this would go. There might be later texts somewhere that kind of contradicted each other. It's kind of always the case with Tolkien. Somewhere there's a small note that can bring an answer into questionable territory again. What at the end of fading? I can't really tell you what would happen there, to be honest. Okay, we have something. Immortal were the elves, and their wisdom waxed and grew from age to age, and no sickness or pestilence brought them death. But they could be slain with weapons in those days, even by mortal men, and some waned and wasted with sorrow till they faded from the earth. Slain or fading their spirits, they went back to the halls of Mandos to wait 1,000 years, or the pleasure of Mandos according to their deserts, before they were recalled to live in Valinor, or were reborn, it is said, into their own children. There we have the rebirth idea again. And some have said that the vision ceased ere the fulfillment of the domination of men, and that the fading of the firstborn, well, okay, so it's a different fading. But yeah, basically, I hope this kind of answers the question. History of Middle-earth, Book 10, Morgoth's Ring, there's some answers. Is there hope? Pastime, welcome. Is there hope for the Endwives? That's a good question. I think, yeah, there is a bit of hope, though I'm not sure what happened to them exactly. Tolkien wrote the idea in a letter, I think, answering about the Endwives, that some of them might have been taken by Sauron to grow crops for his armies in Mordor. So in theory, there could be still some Endwives. There's interesting reference to this, in my opinion, in the game Shadow of War, I think it was. So in theory, they could be there. Tolkien, though, writes also, due to this, they might be estranged to the other ends, but who knows if this could be fixed or not. It was an idea that Tolkien had, at least. So I missed a lot of stuff in chat. When is the Rings of Power marathon? Well, I might have bad news for you. Like, I don't know. You know, every time I think about Rings of Power, I think, oh, you know, I don't know. Oh, man. There were some other interesting questions. Now I've forgotten again. Dwindling folk. That is, I think... that is an Unfinished Tales, I think. The quote you posted, the Bionicle fan. Let me just look where I have Unfinished Tales real quick. Okay, well, it's more difficult to find than I hope. I can't find it. I also remember the word dwindling. I could swear it's from Unfinished Tales somewhere, but I can't find it. The word dwindle appears too often. Can't find it. I know exactly what quote you mean, though, but can't remember it. Maybe somebody in chat knows it. Stellan cave, slowly to forgot and be forgotten. Yeah, that's the things. Great, you found it. Question is, where is it written? It seems not from Lord of the Rings. Not from... At least I won't find it in the thing. No, it's from Lord of the Rings, actually. Then it must be in the chapter... Mirror of Galadriel. Huh. I could swear it was Unfinished Tales. Hey Emily, nice to see you. But yeah, to read the quote, basically... For if you fail, then we all laid bare to the enemy. Yet, if you succeed, then our power is diminished, and Lothlorien will fade, and the tides of time will sweep it away. We must depart into the west, or dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forgot and to be forgotten. That's what she said to Frodo. New pair of glasses. I could maybe also need a new pair of glasses. I feel sometimes. Yeah, you are right. You are right. The Bionicle fan was Mirror of Galadriel chapter. I remember a different quote, and that is kind of what I had in mind for Unfinished Tales. No, I can't find it. It was like it's not a similar quote, but yeah, something like that. Hey, Aldous Aurelian, nice to see you. There was another question. I said, "Oh, that is an interesting one. We should maybe answer." It was about what the rings do, right? Did Saruman have any territory that he ruled? Or is it basically a town state, Isengard? That's a good question. I feel like, yes, it might be more this. I guess later when he started his armies, he might have expanded a little bit when he was out in the open. But I don't think so. It was mentioned in the Gondolin story. Elrond's parents and brother cut off from the halls of Mandos, and like the Endwives, they are lost to him too. No, as Otaku already said, basically for men, like Elrond's brother Elros was counted towards men, and for men it is, at least according to the story of Beren and Luthien, that it is implied that also men wait for a time in the halls of Mandos. It seems at a different location than elves, because Luthien could not find Beren in the halls of Mandos, or they were not together there. It seems like they are placed elsewhere and wait for their fate. And then from there, they go on to a place that only Eru knows, but not even the Valar. But yeah, all the others go to the halls, even the dwarves. Not sure what about the Ents, but in theory, why would they not go there? Okay, so there was another question much earlier. And always so many questions. Have you ever reviewed one of the One Ring role-playing game or any of its expansions? No, reviewed I have not. I have looked a little bit into it, but not too deeply into it. That was a question by Taku Senpai. It was an update question by the Ionical fan. I have no idea about the upcoming game. I just remember there was something. Favorite book, I answered. Would he realistically be in the Tolkien universe? We answered this as well. Was the most egregious change for you in the Jackson trilogy? For me, it was the toss-up between Denethor and Frodo, not challenging the Nazgul. I think what I disliked most was in the extended edition that Gandalf's staff explode when he confronts a Nazgul. I think that's kind of stupid, to be honest. That the Witch King can make Gandalf's staff explode. I mean, come on. Why? That makes no sense. That is one of the changes I really don't like. For not showing the Nazgul, yeah, for sure. I can kind of understand why that is the case, because understanding what's going on there exactly is too complicated, I think, for film. Even though in the book it's in a way much cooler, I would agree with you there. Denethor is also not that well explained. Faramir is also, I think, a more interesting character in the book. Or you understand his motives better in the book. In the film, especially in the theatrical cut, Faramir, I don't know, it's hard to understand what's going on with that guy. Oh, Chris, I too hate that scene with the passion. Gandalf and the Witch King are on completely different power levels. Yeah, that's true. When spirits of men leave the halls of Mandos, they are reborn in Narnia. Or maybe Oz. Possible. Yeah, and Eärendil is also still around, like he never died. Same with his wife. She's also around. It's an interesting, somewhere there's a mention that sometime, like his wife, Elwing, lives in a tower somewhere. I forgot the name of the tower, to be honest. And sometimes he flies by with a ship and then they kind of meet. And we talked about Neuromancer for a moment. Just going through the messages. Do you think Tolkien originally... that's what Joe had a good question. Do you think Tolkien originally expected to invent 3 elven kings to be possessors of the 3 kings of... for 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky? Maybe the verse predated the story development. I think that might actually be possible. That this is the case. I'm not sure when Tolkien invented the ring verse, though. Galadriel was invented around 1941, 42, something like that. She was a very late addition to the story, relatively lately invented. And in this regard, it is possible that the idea for the ring verse existed before that. That's actually a good assumption. Because, yeah, it says... Three rings to the elven kings under the sky. Well, one of the elven kings is Galadriel, and she's not even a queen. You can also make the argument, of course, that in poetry, it's about the poetry, less about very precise definitions. 3 rings to the kings of one who was actually a woman, of whom actually was a woman and not a queen or a king. Under the sky. That doesn't rhyme, I think. It's hard to get this to rhyme. The explanation for that. And what else would you call the group? To the elf lords. The 3 elven kings could have been Gil-galad, Thranduil, and Elrond. But interestingly, one of the persons getting a ring was also Círdan. And Círdan, in contrast, is an older character. Actually, I would have to look this up. Wait a moment, chat. I'm gonna look this up, chat. Just have to get my index of the History of Middle-earth index and look for Círdan, or Norway, as he's also called. Shoutouts also to the user. I found the entrance for Norway. No, Norway is a story from book 12. Might have been added later then. Kind of surprised. But he is supposed to be in book 4, The Shaping of Middle-earth. Let's see if I find him. remain on the beaches of the world. The later elves of the havens of Brisomba, an elf ruled by Círdan the shipwright. To reach Valinor in the time after the great battle when Círdan of Falas built for him 7 ships. Theon there called Finrod likewise became the lord over all the elves of Beleriand between Sirion and the sea, save only in Falas. But the Falas were ruled by Círdan the shipwright, of whom there is still no trace. Interesting. I thought it would also have appeared a bit earlier, to be honest, but it seems to be not the case. So maybe it was also invented for Lord of the Rings. At least Christopher Tolkien comments here in Book 4 that there's still no trace of Círdan. Yeah, of course. It might also be our somewhat modern understanding of the word king can also have to do with it for sure. It's nice to see you on the YouTube chat, Rosemary. Shaping of Middle Earth. What is Thorn defeated? No, it is. Return of the Shadow, I think. Círdan. It's kind of interesting that he suddenly just appears. Book 8, Book 9. What is Book 8? Book 8 is The War of the Ring. Okay. Treason is thing, War of the Ring. War of the Ring, there. Nee, that's War of the Jewls. There, War of the Ring. Look at this, that's interesting. In this passage are the first occurrences of Aglarond and of Fornost, which in the first map was named Fornobel. and still so on the map made in 1943. Here also is the first appearance of Círdan in the manuscript of The Lord of the Rings. In the first complete manuscript, this was developed towards the form in Two Towers. Gandalf now tells that the Palantir came from beyond the west and is from Eldamar. The Noldor made them. Fëanor himself maybe wrought them in days long ago. Or so long ago that time cannot be measured in years. Where Círdan harbored the ships. Interesting. So he appears very late, 1943. So yeah, in this regard, hey, Jay, nice to see you. So in this regard, doing a bit of research on the dates when stuff was written down, it really turns out that this might really be a reason that I think the Ring poem was written at a time before these characters existed and the story was fully played on. He already made the poem maybe before that, and then, well, Círdan has a ring, he's not a king, so then we have Galadriel, not a queen. I mean, in a way, if Rosemary could have a point and say, well, we maybe should not take it to by words, so to say, or use the same understanding as we would use today for the term. But it's an interesting question. I think I never looked out for those moments that closely. That's true. Elrond's twin brother, Elros, was a king. Elrond not being also a king caused a failure of symmetry, in my opinion. I mean, in theory, Elrond could have actually claimed kingship if he wanted, but I think he really didn't try. Yeah, I think that is true last time. So that was the other question that I found very interesting. Then there was another question. Problem is always we talk too long about questions. There was a question by Mark. Does anyone else see two Legolases, identical riders with white hair, a grey cloak, a quiver on the back, on a white horse, when the defenders ride out of the Hornburg down the causeway? That's an interesting one. How do I find this out? Okay, let's see. I look at the clip on YouTube. It's the easiest way to do, I think. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's who's the dude next to Theoden? Never noticed that. That's a good observation. It's so I don't have a screenshot of this particular scene in a acceptable resolution that would be needed to kind of make this understandable, but I would assume that is Legolas. Cuts are just very wild. Has somebody ever listened to the audio commentary to that? The other person has, it looks like he has kind of uh, also long hair, but both have white horses. Interesting. Let me see if I have to find the scene in 4K resolution. That would be awesome to maybe recognize actually things. Nope. Hey, Wolfhunt, nice to see you. The second rider is just a copy by mistake. It looks like the other rider is like kind of grayish hair. Yes, Snowmane should be, I think, white, yes. Okay, I found there's clearly Legolas behind him. White horse. Can't recognize on this. There's one short shot where you potentially see the dude behind Theoden on the white horse. But there's a flag in the way. Yeah, it might really be an animation error. I don't have a good explanation for this. So maybe I can share it in chat. Let me just Yeah, the link is maybe a bit strange, but it should work. I try to post it in chat for people that has at least a decent resolution of the scene. You see kind of the problem. Like 2 people with... I thought maybe it's like a chain thing. Those have different quivers, so it's so strange. That's really good detail. I've seen the film so many times, I never noticed that one. That's a really good question. Just wonder who that might be. But the guards had all helmets and so on. This person doesn't wear a helmet. I mean, in theory, you see a lot of riders of Rohan with long blonde hair. None of them has like an archer thing on the back though, except for Legolas, who always recognize him. It could be right, it could be really an animation mistake. I mean, okay, there's some other dudes. Could be one of the others, but it's not looking like the other person wears a helmet. There's a shot at 3 minutes 18 where you see them from the back. You see Legolas, you see Theoden, then to the left, Gandalf the White, Aragorn, and then Legolas with a quiver on his back. And then there's a dude to the right who also is on a white horse. And he also has like a ponytail or something sticking out down his helmet. I'm not sure. It's really very interesting detail, to be honest. Yeah, I think the other dude on the white horse is the other. The only strange thing is that he has like, as you say, he has like I think he has a helmet, and it is the what do you call it? The blonde ponytail sticking out under the helmet. And he's fighting. I don't know why he has like also a quiver or something on his back. He definitely has something on his back that the other green helmet guards do not have. And Legolas is the one with the brown quiver on his back, next to the flag-carrying god of Theoden. Very interesting detail. Now, somebody knows if something is in the audio commentary of that. I ended up naming that ride of the Blue Mountains, the Emin Roman. Hey, Kira, nice to see you. Do you have any favorite Tolkien letters? It's great hearing about letters because I know we'll never read them. I think a letter I need often in my things, and as a result, I find it very interesting. We just talked about also an interesting one, which is letter 211 to Rona Bear. That's an interesting one. And there's also 131 to Milton Waldman. That's kind of a classic, especially in the extended edition of this letter. So this letter was kind of not fully published before, and now there's an extended edition. And this extended edition kind of Tolkien summarizes the Lord of the Rings and the outline of what he imagined it should be. And that's very interesting in my opinion, because Milton Waldman was working, I think, for United States publisher. Yeah, Milton Waldman of Collins, that's like a US book publisher, would shortly issue both books under his firm's imprint. In the spring of 1915, Waldman told Tolkien that he hoped to begin typesetting the following autumn. But there were delays, largely caused by Waldman's frequent absences in Italy and his ill health. By the latter part of 1951, no definite arrangements for publications had yet been made, and Collins were becoming anxious about the combined lengths of both books. It was apparently at Waldman's suggestion that Tolkien wrote the following letter, of which the full text is some 10,000 words long, with the intention of demonstrating that the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion were interdependent and indivisible. The letter, which interested Waldman so much that he had a typed copy made, the end of number 137, is not dated but was probably written late 1951. And Tolkien basically in this very long letter describes the whole story from the beginning to end through the Silmarillion and so on. It's a very fascinating letter as a result. Especially now it is publisher in the longer. I'm not sure if this is even the complete version of the letter, to be honest. But it's a very potentially the longest letter in the book. And it's very interesting to see how Tolkien structures his book there and tries to convince them that the Silmarillion belongs to this. And there are many little snippets and information in this summary of things that you don't find anywhere else. So it's a very cool letter in my opinion. Excited to see the results on the videos on the new channel. Yeah, I'm currently looking sometimes what the other channel is doing. It's very interesting to say the least. Of course, I kind of helped the video out a little bit, but we're currently at 577 views on the second channel. For those people, check out the channel update video if you have not seen it yet, but I think most people here, I noticed you potentially have checked it out. And I mean, it's kind of, I pushed it a little bit here. I think not all. I mean, I know the people who get the notification and check my channel frequently and are here in chat in the section will go over there and subscribe and check the video maybe if they haven't seen it yet or want to rewatch it. But yeah, it's pretty cool to see. I bet I would, if you just uploaded every old video regularly, you would pass your current subs mega fast. Yeah, you might not be wrong, Kieran. You might not be wrong, but it's fascinating. We like this video. I would say outpaced already my last 2 publications on the main channel, which is not bad to be honest. In like a day or something. Well, it's 2 days to be honest. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how things work out there. For people who are not, who don't know, we are potentially moving to a new channel at some point, and if you want to help out, feel free to subscribe there. There's already a classic re-upload video. I re-uploaded a video, a classic from this channel, misconceptions about the Nazgul, and I think that's a cool video. I did really good, really well on the German channel, interestingly. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to fill the German channel with content. As a result, that channel is also a bit stuck, but who knows? Anyway, thanks for including me on this one, and you're welcome whenever I'm seeing it again. Yeah, it's really interesting, but I think my explanation kind of works, that it looks strange, but it might be this one dude. But yeah, there's also just recently, as somebody, I think it was Otaku Senpai, pointed out, was it him? No, Bionicle fan pointed out. They've been published. They've all been published in a book. Revised edition came out a few years ago. Yeah, it's relatively new. There's with some additional letters and stuff. Really good stuff. Okay, so now I can jump back to chat here and hope I didn't miss too much. Was there another question? When's the Rings of Power marathon? Yeah, there was also a question. I thought about rewatching the first season of Rings of Power when the second season came out, and I simply could not do it. I think I will never watch season 1 of Rings of Power in my life again. I disliked it at the end so much. Like the last episode completely killed me in a way. Season 2 though was okayish, I felt. I'm still not too keen on it. There was at the end again also too much stuff I didn't like. Though there was actually quite a few things I thought they improved on. Let's hope for the next season it gets yet again a bit better. It was a bit absurd. Yeah, it really is. You're pretty alone in your Legolas arc. I think he's I also like the actor. Like Orlando Bloom seems to be a good sport. And I don't know. I understand what you mean in a way. If you really think this through, with the super hearing and seeing. Hope for the Endwives, potentially. We talked about this briefly. I can maybe read to you the letter about the Endwives, just for completeness sake. I think that, in fact, the Endwives had disappeared for good, being destroyed with their gardens in the War of the Last Alliance, Second Age, 3429 to 3441, when Sauron pursued a scorched earth policy and burned their land against the advance of the allies down the Anduin. They survived only in the agriculture transmitted to men and hobbits. Some, of course, may have fled east, or even have become enslaved. Tyrants, even in such tales, must have an economic and agricultural background to their soldiers and metalworkers. If any survived so, they would indeed be far estranged from the Ents, and any reapproachment would be difficult, unless experience of industrialized and militarized agriculture had made them a little more anarchisch. I can't say the word. Today my English is not... My English brain cells don't work that well. Anarchic. That's how I pronounce it. Okay. A little bit more anarchic. I hope so. I don't know. So yeah, that is from a letter, just if you want to look it up yourself. Letter 144, also an interesting one, to Naomi Mitchison. Rings of Power Season 3 might be the best yet, but it's a low bar. Yeah. A Adresco Gamer. You think Smaug could wield the One Ring? I think, in theory, he could wield the One Ring, yes. Even though it sounds strange that he could, but I think in some way it would be possible. Like, he can't destroy it. The question is, what would happen if Smaug had the One Ring, right? Very strange. I think that's an idea Tolkien hasn't really explored, because when at the time Tolkien wrote Smaug, the One Ring didn't exist. Like, from a writing perspective. As a result, the whole story was not in mind, what could happen if Smaug got the One Ring? It's a question that was only an afterthought when it all was a thought by Tolkien, I think. Invisible Dragon, yeah? Now I moved my window thing here again. Was the talk about the fading? Was there also a question what the rings do or something like that? I remember a question like that from ages ago. Sorry to whoever asked that. When season 3 to come out? Yeah, I think... I have no idea, actually. I would assume next year. 2026, but maybe they need another year? I'm not sure. Yeah, that Time Lord guy asked, what did the other rings of power actually do? I'm not sure if Time Lord guy is still in chat. Probably said that I didn't answer the question. But yeah, even if not, I would still answer the question though. Maybe you can then watch it in the VOD or something. Not sure what the other rings of power means exactly. I think we talked about the 3 elven rings. So I think with the other rings, what do the other rings do? So basically, all the rings of power, even though I can also recommend the video on my current channel here, which I'm also thinking about re-uploading on the other channel. It's not that old, I would say, but it's a year old. So it's, from my perspective, a newer video. You can link it here in chat as well. If people are interested. I called it, what did the rings actually do? Abilities of the rings of power. So I thought that was a good video, to be honest, to be made. And I think I made it when the Rings of Power show came out, because it was about, as the name suggests, the Rings of Power. I think it did okay-ish. No, it did terrible. To be honest, it did absolutely terrible now, seeing the views. 1,753 views, which I guess is okay-ish, but I uploaded very frequently at this time. I didn't even know when I had the time to make a video like this in between. No, you can't see the video. I already took it down, chat. Then this video was selected for re-upload. I took some videos down already on the channel. That's a bit unfortunate, to be honest. Maybe I can do it. I can maybe put it to unlisted for the time being. I have to change it later back. So you can still watch it now in a moment when YouTube saves it. That's now unlisted. Now I can watch it again. So I think I consider it for re-upload. And yeah, it exists on the channel. And yeah, I did terrible, but whatever. The answer of this video, though, is quite interesting. So there is a section from the letter 131 we just talked about. It doesn't work. Sorry for the hammering here. I have to find the letter. Well, why do I even search? I know how it's phrased. So the chief, Tolkien writes in this letter, which is a summary of what happens in The Lord of the Rings and so on, and also in the Silmarillion, why they are tied together and so on, what the structure of his book is. He tries to kind of pitch it to the American book publisher to find a publisher for Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. So let me just read this. The elves of Eregion made three supremely... No, that's the wrong line. The chief power of all the rings alike was the prevention or slowing of decay. For example, change viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. What Tolkien means by this, we discussed this in a previous Q&A actually in quite some detail. But what Tolkien means with this is that, as said, when elves stay in Middle-earth, they slowly fade. They can't stay indefinitely there, because Middle-earth is a place where Morgoth put his power in. Like, Morgoth put into the whole world his evil power and marred Arda, the world itself. And this effect is, I would, just for simplicity, say it's stronger in Middle-earth, because in Aman we have the Valar, which kind of counter this effect. That's why these are the undying lands. They're very pure in this regard, and different and less smart than, for example, Middle-earth. The reason for this is the Valar are there and counter it, which is different for Middle-earth. Middle-earth is kind of free game in this regard, so you could say. And that's why the elves in nature are not beings of change. They change very, very slowly, and they're immortal. So they are not that compatible with this marred world, which changes a lot, which, knows death and cruelty and so on and so forth. So their foundation of their being kind of clashes with the marred nature of Middle-earth. And this is why they have to, at some point, they have to leave Middle-earth and go back to Aman, because otherwise they fade. We discussed this earlier in the stream, interestingly. So it's kind of tied together. And the idea now was, and this is somewhat also hinted at in the Rings of Power show, to be fair, though in a more exaggerated way, which I can understand though, that this decay has to be counted somehow. And the chief power of all the rings alike, of the Rings of Power, was to stop or slow down this decay, so that the elves could stay longer in Middle-earth in this realm, maybe even indefinitely. Indefinitely in the sense of as long as Arda exists, because at some point Arda is destroyed or made new, and then what happens with the elves, they don't know. Complicated topic though. But yeah, semblance, this is more or less an elvish motif, however it's pronounced. But also, they enhance the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motive easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he is called, as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit, such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. So they also were able to render invisible the material body of somebody. That's what we see with when Frodo or Bilbo uses the One Ring. And this effect existed for all the rings. We have this as a source. Also in the Silmarillion, this is actually mentioned. Let me just read that part. Why this is also important. Men were proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great... There was just a pop-up blocking what I was reading. In the days, they obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, and now comes the important, what do you call this? Einschub? Insertion. And doing, they could walk if they would, unseen by all eyes in the world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. And now comes why Sauron actually implemented this feature of invisibility into the ring. It's not direct invisibility, but you know what I mean. Moving, like the world exists in a seen part and an unseen part. A spirit part, you could say. And yeah, if you would wear the ring, you could enter the spirit part, and even your physical presence would leave the seen part of the world. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in the world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. But too often, and now comes the reason why Sauron implemented this, but too often they beheld only the phantoms, there we have the word again, we talked about this earlier as well, and delusions of Sauron. And one by one, sooner or later, according to their native strengths and to the good or evil of their wills in the beginning, they fell under the thraldom of the ring that they bore and under the domination of the one, which was Sauron's. And they became forever invisible, save to him that wore the ruling ring. And they entered into the realm of shadows. The Nazgul were they, the ring race, the enemy's most terrible servants. Darkness went with them, and they cried with the voices of death. Very cool quote from the Silmarillion in the Rings of Power and the Third Age chapter, and pretty cool. So this is what the rings do. Jason Dutzen. I'm here from Bloxburg. Interesting. So this was one of the there are several features of the ring, what they could actually do. So they could enhance the power of those who wear it. We have an interesting section in Lord of the Rings from Galadriel, talking to Frodo. I think Gandalf having the Ring of Fire definitely helped. if the Ring of Fire had any fire powers or not. Difficult to tell, to be honest. Just went to the wrong chapter. Where is the chapter? Galadriel, Mirror of Galadriel. So I found it. It's in the chapter The Mirror of Galadriel. I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I'm permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, she said. Only thrice you set the ring upon your finger, and since you knew what you possessed, do not... And your finger, since you knew what you possessed, do not try. It would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? There's kind of an interesting theory, this line, I think, induced into the world, which is maybe not completely wrong from the idea of this line. But basically, some think that the hobbits can, like the theory existed, that the hobbits can get invisible because the hobbits, as Tolkien writes in the prologue of The Lord of the Rings, are really good at hiding. So this power is enhanced by the ring, and this is why they can become, like a ring bearer can become invisible. But that is not the case, as we just noticed. The only rings that do not make you invisible, and this is maybe a part I forgot to read in the letter, are the other rings. That's not the case, simply. It's really a power of the ring that getting invisible. Letters, invisibility. Yeah, that is. The elves of Eregol made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, so Celebrimbor to be precise, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. This is interesting, the only place we learn about this detail. It's nowhere else written that the 3 rings of power can't make you invisible. But it makes kind of sense if you think about it, because this way they are also not so vulnerable to the phantoms and delusions of Sauron as in comparison to, for example, the 9 rings of the Nazgul. He also says in the first chapter of The Hobbit that they can walk so quietly that they become practically imperceivable. Yes. That's also a good question why Peregrine is called Pippin and not Perry. But there is... Isn't in the English language there's a strange phenomenon, I think. I haven't forgot what it's called. There's like a term for it. Where like letters are switched for the, what do you call them? For the nickname. For example, Bill is a nickname for William. So the W morphed to a B, like as a I think here it's written as rhyming slang. Robert to Rob to Bob, and so on. So I could imagine that maybe something similar goes on here with this. It could also have to do with the etymology of the name. Can't really give you a good answer to this, to be honest, but it's a really interesting question. Yeah, Mary, Molly, Polly. Yeah, Richard to Dick, for example. That is true. Richard, Rick, and from Rick, R to D becomes Dick. Exactly. I'm sure there are potentially 1,000 examples for this if you think about it. I'm not sure if this though is related. Just a thought of mine. Okay, it seems in this case also it's some kind of so-called pet name. Such as Izzy for Isabel, Bob for Robert. Something like this. So, yeah, it seems to be kind of this. What is the term for it? Hypochorism. Oh yeah, Time Lord, guys. I'm not sure if you heard the answer to your question that you asked at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, we're currently discussing the ring stuff. Invisibility, we have check what did they do. The question about what do the rings actually do. So I just read the thing. So the chief power of all the rings was the slowing of the decay, because the Middle Earth elves, like, it's a place where a lot of things change. The world is marred, so change is a result, which is kind of driven by Morgoth's power, and the elves' existence doesn't like this aspect. So they created these rings to kind of slow down this effect, so they can live longer or potentially indefinitely in Middle Earth in their realms using these rings. That was the original intention and power of these rings. They can also make you invisible, except for these 3 elven rings. They don't make you invisible. And due to the invisibility, Sauron can send phantoms and illusions to the wearers, which is what happens for the Nazgul, and people can even become invisible at will, as also the description says. Dwarves can't get invisible. Well, it's actually not clear if dwarves... I mean, it would be strange if dwarves could get invisible. I think they can't get invisible. And on top of that, the rings prolong your life. All the great rings do this. The lesser rings do not do this, because I think in Shadow of the Past, Gandalf concludes that it must be a great ring because it gives life. Something like that. Oh no, I'm in the wrong thing now. But yeah, then there's the dialogue with Galadriel we talked about briefly. According to the measure of each possessor, so they also enhance your natural abilities and powers, so to say, but only to the measure of the possessor. Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and to train your will to the domination of others. Yet, even so, as ring bearer, as one that has borne it on finger and seen that which is hidden, your sight is grown keener. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning again to Sam. No, lady, he answered. So Sam could not see Nenya on her finger, but Frodo could, due to the ring. So the rings also make you keener to perceive things that are hidden from others. That's also kind of a power of these rings. To make, like Tolkien writes here beautifully in the letter, which unfortunately skipped now. I found it again. Such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. Fear the dwarfs got the wrong end of the bargain. They just became more greedy and woke horrible things like the Balrog. Yeah, that's kind of that's very interesting observation, Joe. But yeah, they got the wrong end of the bargain. However, to be fair, we can, like, they also had a positive effect, like I think I found it. But as Thor had said, the ring needed gold to breed gold of any of that or any other precious metal. They had little or none. This may prove the foundation of the ring, he said to Throin at their parting. This may prove the foundation of new fortune for you yet, though that seems unlikely, but it needs gold to breed gold. So basically, if the dwarves would find gold, the ring would allow them to find more. So there's a hint that they could establish a new realm with the help of this ring. The ring definitely had an effect there. Salt and Stream, welcome. Great job having this live discussion. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, so the plan of the One Ring, the rings also had like another hidden ability. We had the quote actually there. From Galadriel. So she kind of explains what happens if Sauron gets the ring or whatever, or does not. Do you not see now wherefore your coming is to us as the footstep of doom? For if you fail, then we are laid bare to the enemy. If you succeed, then our power is diminished, and Lothlorien will fade, and the tides of time will sweep it away. We must depart into the west, or dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forget and to be forgone. So, basically, the intention of Sauron for helping the elves to create these powerful rings was that due to the help of the invisibility thing, he could influence them, and also, if he had the one ring, the rings allowed him basically that he could master all the other rings. That means he could read their thoughts and potentially also dominate their wills. Let me just see if I find in my old script about the video we just here shared on the channel. Yeah, what did the Rings of Power do? I have a script for that, if I remember correctly. Did I write a script for that? Did I freestyle it? I actually have a script for it. But yeah, here I found the quote I'm looking for. It's potentially a Silmarillion quote. I think it's also somewhere mentioned in Lord of the Rings itself. Now the elves made many rings, but secretly Sauron made one ring to rule all the others, and their power was bound up with it, to be subject wholly to it, and to last only so long as it should, as it too should last. So the rings would not outlast the one ring. When the one ring is destroyed, they would also be worthless, lose their power. And much of the strength and will of Sauron passed into that one ring, for the power of the elven rings was very great, and that which should govern them must be a thing of surpassing potency, and Sauron forged it in the mountain of fire in the land of shadow. And while he wore the one ring, he could perceive all the things that were done by means of the lesser rings, so the great rings of power that are not the one ring, and he could see and govern the very thoughts of those that wore them. But the elves were not but the elves were not so lightly to be caught. As soon as Sauron set the one ring upon his finger, they were aware of him, and they knew him, and perceived that he would be master of them, and of all that they wrought. Then in anger and fear they took off their rings. But he, finding that he was betrayed, with interesting use of the word betrayal, and that the elves were not deceived, was filled with wrath, and he came against them with open war, demanding that all the rings should be delivered to him, since the elven smiths could not have attained to their making without his law and counsel. But the elves fled from him, and 3 of their rings they saved, and bore them away and hid them. But Legolas was also aware, but said nothing. Yeah, the dwarves are pretty cool. I mean, the problem with the dwarves being so, it's kind of a good thing that the dwarves can't just turn greedy. They can't be dominated. They can't be turned into wraith. So that's, I think, a good thing. Let's drink something really quick. A lot of talking has been done. So it's a cool topic. There's a lot of interesting texts in the book that you can gather some cool tidbits, information out of, and piece information together. Sauron thinks you betray him if you avoid his trap. Funny. Yeah, he thinks like that. Yeah, exactly. Sauron actually thought he could control the dwarves when they gifted the dwarves the 7 rings of power, but he was wrong. He simply did not understand how dwarves work. And that's why he hates the dwarves. So yeah, in a way, Sauron hoped to get control of the elves and yes, potentially make race out of them. If that would be possible, yes, maybe for the elves at least. I mean, originally all the 19 rings of power, except the 1 ring that was for Sauron, they were all elven rings in origin. What is interesting, that also all the rings of power had their proper gem, as we learn in the Council of Elrond text, or chapter of the Lord of the Rings. And there's some other interesting information. I think in Shadow of the Past we find that. The chapter, The Shadow of the Past, with all the lore details, is a bit strange. It always feels a bit inconsistent in some ways, but yeah. He knows where Isildur fell. He knows where Gollum found his ring. He knows that it is a great ring, for it gave long life. He knows that it is not one of the 3, for they have never been lost, and they endure no evil. That's also another probability of the 3 rings of the elves. They endure no evil. Very interesting detail. He knows that it is not one of the 7 or the 9, for they are accounted for. He knows that it is the 1. And he has at least heard, I think, of hobbits and the Shire. So yeah, it's very interesting that Gandalf implies here, he knows that it is a great ring, for it gave long life. That means that the lesser rings, there also exists an unspecified number of lesser rings of power, that they do not give long life. Yeah, exactly. We read this earlier. It's in Appendix A at least. I think there's also a different or more detailed version of what is in Appendix A in some chapters. Should be then in some of the History of Middle-earth books. Hey, US A Libertarian. Nice to see you. We'll come to a question in a moment. Let me just get this question here with the dwarfs done first. Steadfastly. That's an interesting detail. Nonetheless, it may well be, as the dwarfs now believe, that Sauron by his arts had discovered who had this ring. The last to remain free, one of the 7 rings that Throin had, father of Thorin Oakenshield, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortunes of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice. For the dwarfs had proved untamable by this means. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with the greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows, enslaved to another will. And for the same reason their lives were not affected by any ring to live either longer or shorter because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. Yeah, I think I talked about in some video about this earlier, that it's very strange that Gandalf did not come to this conclusion earlier. Like, it always feels a bit inconsistent that Gandalf does not come to the same conclusion. The only way to explain this is that Gandalf basically must think, like, you could argue it's a lesser ring, but he knows that Bilbo didn't really age much in all the time. Like, he was there 3001. So at this point he should have come to the conclusion, yeah, 3001, that must be the One Ring. The only exception is he did not know what happened to Thorin's father. But he met Thorin's father because he was, with his map and key, he gave it to Thorin Oakenshield 60 years earlier, 2941, in the Third Age. So yeah, bit strange. Exactly, that's another thing that makes it inconsistent. It gave long life, and it had not a proper gem. Well, let's also go into let me just read the quote for completeness sake here, chat. Proper gem. The 9, the 7, and the 3, he said, had each their proper gem. Not so the one. It was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings, but its maker set marks upon it that the skilled, maybe, could still see and read. So this information must have missed for Gandalf to come to this conclusion. Yeah, we're kind of hopping a bit back and forth with the rings. Wait, what long life compared to what else in a wizard? I mean, even a dwarf would live 250 to, well, let's say 200 to 350 years. So they had already a very long life. Men, I think one of the oldest was Elrond's brother Elros. He lived like 500 years. I think there was one who lived 520 or 550 years, if I remember correctly. So Gandalf had the technical specifications of the rings. I assume at some point he must have found out about them, yes. I mean, he could just ask Elrond. He was not direct. He could ask Galadriel. She was there when those rings were created. She was she lived in Eregion. or was in some versions he was one of the founders of Eregion with her husband, was also there. He has actually witnesses. They knew Celebrimbor and so on. Not sure if they knew every detail about the rings, but yeah, of course, Saruman was also learned in the ring lore. But yeah, the question by USA Libertarian, did Sauron have any power over Gandalf, Galadriel, and Elrond's rings? Definitely, if he would have the One Ring, yes. Without the One Ring, no. Though to be fair, Galadriel gives us some hints, to be fair. Where is it? I think it should be here. I think this is also a line in the book where the Rings of Power show for the second season kind of got some inspiration here and there from. Whatever. I know what it was that you last saw, she said, for that is also in my mind. I do not be afraid, but do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves, and he gropes ever to see me and my thought, but still the door is closed. So it seems like she possesses the ring, and since it's basically Sauron's will and power inside the One Ring, Sauron might still be able to somehow see you, access you. Like, there's also a connection when Frodo has the One Ring and to Sauron. It might be very vague, but it's there. There's also the concept of Osanwe. That is also something you have to keep in mind. So it's basically telepathic abilities. There's the Osanwe Kenta in the published, for example, in the Nature of Middle-earth, but also in the, I think, Winyar Tengwa issues in one of those. And some other chapters. I think one is called Mind Pictures and stuff like that. So that could also be meant, but I could imagine that towards those who possess the ring, Sauron might be able to establish a connection as well, even to those that wear the three rings of power. So in this regard, in theory, Sauron could have tried to get some influence over them, but I think the wearers of those, or those who wear the three rings of the Elven Rings of Power, which are Elrond, Galadriel, and Gandalf. Before Gandalf it was Círdan, and before Elrond it was Gil-galad. Those elves were so powerful in mind and being that Sauron could not really profit from this. I hope that kind of answers the question. That is true. They might not know every detail of the inner workings of the ring, but I think, especially having possessed the ring for such a long time, that Galadriel kind of knows. Like, the ring is... Like, Gandalf came to Middle-earth, according to the books at least, Third Age 1000. At this point, Galadriel possesses the ring for... what is this? 2,800 years. So she might have figured out in this time, I think. Or the others, Elrond as well. And that is when Gandalf arrives in Middle-earth, not even talking about the events of of finding the One Ring and the Shire and Frodo, that's 2,000 years later. So we're talking about 4,800 years. You could also argue maybe in 4,800 years you forget a thing or two. That might be true, but yes. Yeah, that's true. That the rings might have varied wildly in appearance. We never get any examples of those. Yeah, the only thing we know indirectly know from what Gandalf says is that they are potentially not adorned, not their proper gem each. Who knows? Yeah, exactly. It was a switch. We switched from the One Ring, or from the 3 rings of power to the other rings. And the only one thing Gandalf knows for sure is that the Ringwraiths are around for a long time, and they are in origin men, and they're still alive. You could say they are undead or something, yeah, kind of, but technically they never died. So it can be assumed that the Great Rings of Power give more life. Can I copy your homework? Gandalf was getting senile in his old. The only thing that makes sense to me. And all the fire. Big broad question. What do you think about the natural order in Tolkien's world? Was it something the world consents to, or something the Valar imposed? Can you specify what you mean with natural order? Chris, have you watched the 6-hour documentary about Tolkien by Cardinal West on YouTube? No, I have not. That sounds like a massive project. Have you watched it? Is it I mean, I would assume it's a good time, but would you recommend it? Yeah, very good. Okay, that's good to know. Watch party next week. Well, meticulous is a word I would use. Nice. That's a good thing, I think. Natural order, Darwinism, how things should be. I think there are a few details in, let's say, the metaphysical aspect of Tolkien's world, or the metaphysical order of Tolkien's world, that were not necessarily imposed by the Valar. It's not 100% clear, I think. That's a really good question. What is kind of created into the world itself by Eru, by kind of manifesting the music of the Ainur, and what is afterwards created. The Valar were sent to the world to kind of form and shape it. So in theory, some processes could be imposed by the Valar indeed, but some others might be for example, that the natural order of elves, a man who comes first, who comes second, and so on. That was definitely something that changed. I even think that the creation of the dwarves is kind of a hybrid, The dwarves would not exist without Aule, and they're also part of this order of the world. And it had consequences that the dwarves live in the mountains, they need wood for their works, and the growing things were not protected, so Yavanna asked for protection for the growing things, and this then became the ends that were sent to the world by Eru. But this was also kind of a co-working process to kind of create a certain order into the world itself, I think. So I would say both exist. I think it depends on the specific laws of the world, on the specific aspect on the world, in specific case, basically, depending on what you exactly define by natural order. I mean, for example, the two trees of Valinor, which were also definitely a big part of the natural order of its time, even having like kind of a day and night cycle, if you want. Even those two trees of Valinor were created by Yavanna, potentially with the help of Eru, but definitely there was something that was important. And then sun and moon were created also, at least in the mythologic explanation of how sun and moon were created, out of the last flower and last fruit of these trees. And they were set on a vessel, and then two Maiar would kind of accompany them, and they would set on a path, leaving the world or entering the world through the doors of morning, or the gates of morning, and leaving again through the doors of night. Of course, it's a very mythological explanation for this. Tolkien also had at a time the idea to make everything more, let's say, connected to the physical laws that we know from our world, and be less mythologic about it, but it seems he abandoned the round world version, etc. Okay, you want to go deeper into the root, not just very general. So go to the start point, basically. I guess to simplify the question, it would mean something: is all the evil part of the plan of God? It's a difficult to answer question for, like, I mean, it's a difficult already to answer question in our world if you, for example, believe in a deity like Christianity, into God or whatever. That's always very difficult to answer for this. For a fictional world, you could make the argument that Tolkien wanted to write a story, and a story needs a conflict. So for a story to work, to be interesting, it needs a conflict. For conflict, he needs something that is against the order, if that makes sense. I have to go now. Enjoy the rest of the stream, everybody. Until next time. Thank you, Mark, for joining. Nice seeing you here. Have a good one. And yeah, to end the thought there, So in this regard, if you see Tolkien as the creator of his world, which he clearly is, then of course it was intended that also the conflict must be there, else there would be no story, else it would not work in this regard. The question is, because Tolkien kind of tried to also make Lord of the Rings and his universe compatible with his faith, and then it becomes more complicated, I think, that was evil created by God or not. Like, you can have different opinions there, but I don't know. There I don't have definitely do not have a definitive answer, but in theory, if nothing can exist that is not created by an almighty God, then also evil has to be created by God. Like, I think Christianity tries to kind of explain this with there is like or maybe also in Judaism there's kind of an entity that somewhat opposes the work, or in the Christianity clearly opposes, I think, in Judaism, it's a bit more complicated in this regard, where basically, I'm missing a bit of the words. It's easier to explain. There's like an accuser, but he's not necessarily evil. He's kind of hired, not hired, but it's his task. He got from God, and he accuses basically the people. That's kind of the idea behind it. It starts with Adam and Eve and so on. In this regard, and in Christianity, it's like the option of evil exists, but as long as men or humans don't decide to follow that evil, the evil can't manifest. Only at the point where they kind of listen to the voice and say, okay, we now start doing that, then evil kind of comes into place. But at least that's kind of my interpretation. The option of evil exists. Just if I explain the evil. In Tolkien's world, it's kind of interesting. The evil, like all the Valar, including Melkor, were created by God. And Melkor was very powerful, and his role, or what he thought would be important, is, and this is important for music. In music, you can't only have consonants, you also have to there has to be dissonance as well. And Melkor is the dissonance in the music. That makes music interesting. There are some other ideas where, for example, dissonance becomes more and more important in very modern, or let's say, very modern is maybe the wrong word, but of the 20th century, also the late 19th century, music becomes more and more dissonant. And the harmony goes a bit away because it was boring. So people started to become more and more extreme in this regard. However, this is something you can also observe in music, and I think Law and Chaos both are morally neutral. Yeah, in a way. However, Melkor decided to bring in the dissonance, and then not only that, he also brought in or he became the dissonance, he became the antagonist. He decided to do this. He made the decision, but he was created. And I could imagine, and this is something, okay, that's an interesting text that might describe this a little bit. Why you could, I think, I'm not 100% sure on this, to be fair, but I think Melkor had an option to not go this path. And that's very interesting. We talked about the Osanwe, the mind transfer of the ability to have telepathic abilities of elves and the Ainur, so the spirit beings like Gandalf and so on. There's a very interesting passage in the Osanwe Kenta. It's a very long one. I'm not sure where I want to start to read it. But basically talks a bit about what would happen if Manwë promised to Melkor that he would let him free after he kind of repented, and there was a punishment. You could take it as a punishment. He was imprisoned in the halls of Mandos and he could not escape from there. Yet the resolve to assault Melkor, not merely to withstand him, to meet violence with wrath and peril, was taken by Manwë only with reluctance. And consider what good this case did even the lawful use of force accomplish. It removed him for a while and relieved Middle-earth from the pressure of his malice, but it did not uproot his evil, for it could not do so. Unless maybe Melkor had indeed repented, but he did not repent, and in humiliation he became more obdurate, more subtle in his deceits, more cunning in his lies, crueler and more dastardly in his revenge. The weakest and most imprudent of all the actions Manwë has of Manwë, as it seems to many, was the release of Melkor from captivity. And this is a very interesting point he makes. Like, Manwë is not an idiot. He knows that Melkor will not repent and he will cause trouble again. But he gave him the word that after he was punished, he would be set free again. And he get like a second chance. And now comes a very important point here. From this came the greatest loss and harm, the death of the trees, and the exile and the anguish of the Noldor. Yet, through this suffering, there came also, as many in no other way could it have done, the victory of the elder days, the downfall of Angband, and the last overthrow of Melkor. Who then can say with assurance that if Melkor had been held in bond, less evil would have followed? Even in his diminishment, the power of Melkor is beyond our calculation. Yet, some ruinous outburst of his despair is not the worst that might have befallen. The release was according to the promise of Manwë. Now comes the very important point. If Manwë had broken this promise for his own purposes, even though still intending good, he would have taken a step upon the path of Melkor. It's not clear if Manwë really had a choice to do this or not, but what Tolkien tries to imply here at the very end of the Osanwe Kenta is that if Manwë would have imprisoned Melkor forever and would have broken his promise, then he would potentially become the new Melkor. Or would we have the Elder King lose his honor and so pass maybe to a world rent between two proud lords striving for one throne? Of this we may be sure, we children of small strength, any one of the Valar might have taken the path of Melkor and become like him. One was enough. That's a very important point, I think, to make. Like, in Origin, I think Melkor might have had a chance to be the dissonance, but he decided to become the dissonance. I think that's still a decision he made in his thinking. It has a choice that had to be made, that was allowed to be made by him, by Eru, and he decided for what he did. And so you could argue Eru created the evil, or the possibility of evil, but the step was taken by Manwë, by Melkor himself. No, I completely understood that you corrected yourself to not justify, but you wanted to write. I didn't meant to say justify. I meant to explain. I understood this, Pumpkin Rick. Don't worry. So glad I caught you live. Hey, Tirtha, nice to see you. That's in Nature of Middle-earth, by the way, or Sanwe Kenta. It can also be found in, I forgot which issue it is, in one of the Venyar Tengwa issues. It's also published. So it wasn't the first publication of this particular text. We can tell you which issue was Sanwe Kenta. In German would make now the joke, Sanwe Kenta nicht. There, you can know. I'm just too stupid to spell it. It is published number 39. Venyar Tengwa issue 39. That's published. As well. Also Nature of Middle-earth, which is potentially easier to get. You think that comes from the fragility of men, in this case Tolkien's, to retain faith by justifying the evils of God, because we have eventually humans who need to right the wrongs. That's a good question. But also difficult to answer, of course. I think you could always argue that men had kind of no chance. The question is, how deep does Tolkien want to dive in this particular topic? There is like the Athrabes Finrod a Andres in Morgoth's Ring, like very complex text, and you can definitely read it in a way, at least one version of it, which Tolkien also kind of abandoned and was kind of writing, okay, I'm going a bit far with this, where he hints at basically at some point Jesus Christ will come and kind of overcome this kind of fragility of men, but I'm not sure if Tolkien really wanted to go that far into this. So in the story itself, of course, men have very little chance, but he also often show men that kind of withstand. We still have the faithful, like the classic motif in Tolkien's thing. Though men are kind of fragile in their ability to kind of avoid evil, and we have on the one side the king's men who side with Sauron, and we have the faithful who oppose them and are pushed out of Numenor and leave, and the end, the Numenor, spoiler, is destroyed. And it's really difficult to answer. These questions are indeed the games of philosophy. Definitely. So in this regard, there are these impressive human beings that kind of can stay faithful in Tolkien's world. I think Aragorn is also a very good example in this case. We have also even supernatural entities like the Istari, like the Maya angels. Basically, they also struggle. Look at Saruman. Sauron is also an example for somebody who once was among the Maiar of Aule, and then later becomes an antagonist in the world, following into the footsteps of the first Dark Lord. Yeah, that definitely might be a thing, I think, but he also has seen like the world wars and inspired some of his characters also on things he observed, definitely, like I could imagine it was kind of important to him to cement this, or to kind of provide this to the readers, that there are people who can kind of do this. I think the message is also that also the small people can do this, like Frodo of the small folk of the Shire, of the hobbits can do this. Bilbo could do this. It does not always have to be this heroic, almost, I don't know, superhero-like persons. Sam is also like a good example. I think he's like based on also a soldier he observed who never lost like hope in tough situations in the First World War. Some great Catholic propaganda that if you stop bad guys, you become the bad guy. Also, hot elves are useless. Another important message. Don't you think hot elves are delicious, like hot dogs? Hey, the amazing bad boy, nice to see you. Good morning. Something like that. You are still live. Saw it pop up earlier, but had an appointment to get to. Yeah, no problem. We are still there. Oh, I think I will wrap it up soon. Were there other questions in the meantime? As it might be a good time to slowly wrap up the stream, I would say. I know we just go 3 hours, but we just passed for midnight for me. I'm getting tired. Hey, feel free to ask it, so we can still go for like another question. How did the game of golf get its name? Because the orc's name, which head was cut off and flew into a hole, was called Golfimbul, I think was his name. I think I had in a video an interesting, I think in the Who is Elrond videos, I had a theory what's going on with the name. So I have this question. Still waiting for, of course, Amazing Bad Boy. Also long-time supporter of the channel. About the new upcoming movie by Peter Jackson, will they milk it to a trilogy? Maybe. I think they definitely plan more films, but not all about the hunt for Gollum. I think, I'm not sure if it will be some kind of anthology or something that they do, like portray different aspects kind of separated from each other. I hope they do this approach and not like stretch it and maybe have it connected over time. Yeah, exactly. Like Hunt for Gollum will be one movie and then they will make, if it succeeds, they make more movies like that, but not necessarily planned as a complete trilogy in this regard. Peter Jackson will make a new series, each installment a different breakfast. Second breakfast, the 2 tomatoes. The Dead Marshes. Do we think the candlelights and dead faces in the are the trapped souls of the elves and men and orcs from the various battle? Those aren't really supposed to be possible, right? Third breakfast shortcast. Shortcut to mushrooms. Strong. I mean, in theory, if somebody is rejected to go to the halls of Mandos, we were not there, unfortunately. We discussed it a bit earlier. There was a question if elves could also become wraiths. We came to the conclusion, maybe. But men can definitely become wraiths. And in some cases, people are rejected from going to the halls of Mandos. And then, if they can't go there, they kind of stay in Middle Earth and roam around as kind of ghost entities. We have, in the First Age, we have the phantoms, for example. And even Tolkien describes that Sauron had the ability to kind of command these phantoms. I think also of some specific, very unusual entities like the Barrow-wights and so on. So, in a way, would have to look into the chapter. I would have to look into my script actually for this. I made a video about the Dead Marshes ages ago. I think it was like answering lore questions, and then no, was it not here? It's places in Middle Earth. I have to open all these old documents here now. Let's see if I find this. Because I'm tripped catching his foot and some fell and came heavily on his hands. He sank deep into the sticky ooze, so that his face was brought close to the surface of the dark mere. There was a faint hiss. A noisome smell went up. The lights flickered and danced and swirled for a moment. The water below him looked like some window, glazed with grimy glass through which he was peering. Wrenching his hands out of the bog, he sprang back with a cry. "There are dead things, dead faces in the water," he said with horror. "Dead faces," Gollum laughed. "The Dead Marshes, yes, yes, that is their name," he cackled. "You should not look in when the candles are lit." "Who are they? What are they?" asked Sam, shuddering, turning to Frodo, who was now behind him. "I don't know," said Frodo in a dreamlike voice, "but I have seen them too, in the pools when the candles were lit. They lie in all the pools, pale faces, deep, deep under the water. I saw them, grim faces and evil, and noble faces and sad, many faces proud and fair, and weeds in their silver hair, but all foul, all rotting, all dead. A fell light is in them." Frodo hid his eyes in his hands. "I know not who they are, but I thought I saw their men and elves and orcs beside them." "Yes, yes," said Gollum, "all dead, all rotten. Elves, men and orcs, the Dead Marshes. There was a great battle long ago. Yes, so they told him when Smeagol was young, when I was found before the when I was young before the precious came. It was a great battle. Tall men with long swords, and terrible elves and orcs shrieking. They fought on the plain for days and months at the Black Gates. But the marshes have grown since then and swallowed up the graves. Always creeping, creeping. But that is an age and more ago, said Sam. The dead can't be really there. It is some devilry hatched in the Darkland. Who knows? Smerhol doesn't know, answered Gollum. You cannot reach them. You cannot touch them. We tried once. Yes, precious, I tried once, but you cannot reach them. Only shapes to see. Perhaps not to touch. No, precious, all dead. Sam looked darkly at him and shuddered again, thinking that he guessed why Smerhol had tried to touch them. Well, I don't want to see them, he said. Never again. Can we get on and get away? Yes, yes, said Gollum, but slowly, very carefully, or hobbits go down to join the dead ones and light little candles. Follow Smerhol. Don't look at lights. So that's kind of the description of this. So the question is, you can't touch them, they're just shapes. So it sounds like they're kind of an illusion, but maybe they are deeper than they thought, and I don't know, strange things happened. I think the depiction in Peter Jackson's film of this particular scene is a bit exaggerated. Also, I forgot to kind of do any production today. I was a bit lazy in this regard. We even have like a shot of that, I think. Let me see if I find a screenshot of this. Here we have the scene where there actually goes there. I think they are not necessarily described as such. The problem is, in Hollywood, I think it's not allowed to make films without a romance in it. Maybe it's not an official rule, but I feel like it might be the rule. So we might have to add one. But though he has Arwen and Aragorn, so it might work. Don't follow the light. The most famous person in the Dead Marshes. It is possible that Thranduil's father is there. Though he only exists in one. It depends a little bit if he existed or not. Like in one, he only appears, I think, in one text. There's also Amdir or Malgalot is, I think, the other name, the other text. Seem to be the same. Might also pretty famous. He also fell in that battle. Orofer, yeah, that I think was the name. Yeah, Orofer. Yeah, maybe Thranduil recovered his father's body. That possibility exists, but if not, then he's still there. So the dead marshals grew after the Battle of the Last Alliance, drawing in the dead from later conflicts with various variants, perhaps. Yeah, I think that's the case. I think like I said, the dead marshals video I really made ages ago. But there is a video about this on my channel. Not sure when I made this, so currently searching it. I made it in 2019, so 6 years ago. So it's potentially not as deeply researched as my newer videos, to be fair, but it exists. Can post it here for in case people want to watch it. I did not take this one down offline though. So not damned or trapped souls and spirits like Barrowites who've inhabited the... That is a possibility for this. It could also be that, like I said, what happens with the orc spirits when orcs die. I could imagine some orcs might really not be able to return to the halls of Mandos, and they also have spirits in theory. So it could be orc spirits. Who knows? There are definitely spirits and potentially phantoms, ghosts. Else Sauron could not be a necromancer if he could not control or communicate with the dead to some degree. The question is how powerful those entities are. I think they might not be that powerful. Like they can't really interact with the physical world much in this case. We have one spirit in the Silmarillion who appears in a dream of Beren, I think, and warns him. And that is the spirit of Gorlin. And that's implied he was not allowed to return to Mandos because he betrayed his comrades. To be fair, I can understand he was like Sauron tortured him, or pressured him, so to say. I don't blame him, let's put it that way. I think, though, you could also try to explain this, because the dancing lights kind of hint at some gases that ignite or whatever in the swamp and so on. So you could kind of explain this almost in a physical way, and then if you are wandering through this cursed place with this weird swamp gas all the time, that you might start seeing things in the flickering lights and so on. It's also definitely a possibility. Yeah, it seems like at some point they crept up the battlefield and potentially, like, the story is they like Orofer and Amdir did not want to be under the command of a Noldor king, so they charged into the enemy before, and then they got, I don't know, were repelled, and then had to fight otherwhere than there. They died with the orcs they were fighting and so on. So maybe they tried to retreat and escape and landed in this place, and there they kind of died in weird ways. So I imagine it very chaotic. Yeah, maybe it is actually a homage to the Barrow-wights. That's a good point by Otaku Senpai. Pete's background is horror movies, comes through in that scene. Yeah, definitely. I should also switch the scene back. Don't want to spook you people out too much. One of the problems is that people cannot imagine introducing woman characters without automatically introduction romance. I think it's fair to have some women, given that it's 50% of people. For sure. And also Lord of the Rings had some of them. But as you say, besides Galadriel, pretty much everybody has like a romance or background, if that makes sense. Yeah. Doesn't know what to do other than romantic interest or girl bosses. It's kind of the thing, I guess. Hey Gilgair, nice to see you. Nice you showing support here before you vanish again. And just say wish you good night. One question, will you re-upload your other lore videos here in a monthly or weekly schedule? Yeah, I will definitely upload to the new channel. Like this here's the old channel, but to the new channel I will upload. Maybe also try to re-upload a video here and there. Not 100% sure yet. But there will be some re-uploads. Maybe some videos here people aren't even aware that they exist or forgotten that you ever watched them. We all know of the whites of the Barrow Downs, but surely there might have been burial mounds, yeah, for the North as well. Yeah, for sure. But especially the Barrow Downs were known as being used by the people of Cardolan as burial mounds or grounds. Aurora Borealis from his Finnish laugh, maybe. Yeah, it's also a possibility. Battlefields can become box pretty easily. Yeah, the inspiration for the dead marshes was also something Tolkien experienced in World War One. Like there were craters everywhere. When it rained, they filled with water, and then when you walked by, you could see in the water dead people lying in these water-filled craters. That's how he came up with the idea. It's also mentioned in the video I linked in chat. Not sure if I linked it in the other chat. I've also, I think, told the story a million times here. Yeah, Battle of the Somme, exactly. Horrifying one. So chat, have we answered all the questions? Because we're getting late. I'm getting tired. Also, I didn't see that Anivia sub gifted a bit here on Twitch. Thanks for that. The only thing left that we have to do, we have to look at the map one time, because we haven't had map time today. It feels like an oversight. But yeah, we can hint at the dead marshes. So here we have the map. And theory I could zoom in. It's the Dargolat, where the battle is in front of the Black Gate, and then they got repelled into this. The graves were there, they died there, and then at some point this swamp land extended and kind of swallowed their graves. Maybe some were even slain in the swampland, who knows. The hours of the map, exactly. Thanks for having a look at that for me, and don't worry. Thank you for your support and stuff. Did I call it the end of the stream? Definitely. I was in the wrong window. Oh. I was wondering because I literally just turned off the studio mode so I can move the arrow around. You see it moving. So we even had map time today. Almost missed that. Was very short map time, to be honest. Have you ever swum in a marsh? I have. It does feel like your legs might touch the body dump there. The down and unclear water. It's clean water but brown. Interesting. No, I've never tried to swim in a marsh. Interesting. I love maps. Yeah, shoutouts to Kirdan, who actually modified this map here. Like, this is originally a Second Age map, and he added the names and did some changes and so on. I'm not sure if that's the current updated, the most updated version you made, but I at least tried. Yeah, definitely. I think the original map is made by John Howe, who also was like a conceptual artist is a Tolkien illustrator, of course, and also conceptual artist for the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films and the Hobbit films, I think. And here, for Rings of Power, he, I think, made this map here with some other people. I'm not sure directly. And information I found is that John Howe was involved. And now, yeah, Kierdan Mordo edited the map and made a Third Age version and also a First Age one. I think it is the most recent one. Okay, awesome. Oh yeah, nice work. So chat, what is left to do? There's one map of the One Ring first edition that I think made the brown lands far too extensive. Ah, okay. The brown lands, somewhere here. Map time to nap time for me anyway. Yeah, it's really late. It stretched all the way to the Sea of Rune. Okay, that's maybe a bit extensive. I would not imagine that the lands were this big, because they became the Brown Lands after Sauron burned the lands. He would have to burn quite a bit for that. I guess not impossible, but pretty strange. Yeah, try to have a somewhat updated map. Revolverator is missing, unfortunately, so shoutouts to you as well. It's when I updated the map today. I'm not sure if there might be some names that I should not be on the list anymore, but whatever. Shoutouts to all the supporters. Thank you so much for the credits. Did anything ever happen to the island? I wasn't even aware for a long time that there was actually an island in the middle of the Sea of Rhûn. I think there's only in Peoples of Middle-earth one mention of it. Originally I thought this was like a what do you call it in English? A spot speck stain on the map or something like that. It's Moomus Island. Yeah, maybe. All the way to Rhûn, that's crazy, yeah, for sure. It's spooky season with Halloween fast approaching. Please scare us. I think to replay Resident Evil 2 remake on the German channel. So if you're interested in this, that might be something I do for the spooky season. Boo. Oh no. But maybe I can also, if the interest is big enough, let me know in the comments or so. I can play it also on the English Games channel. You're missing on the credits again? Did I miss you on the credits? Possible. Oh, might be missing on the map. I don't see you as well. Why do I don't see you on the map? Like I said, I might have missed a few. It's always difficult to keep track. Yeah, then also shoutouts to Pumpkin Rick. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen the thing. I think you're not on the list. I don't do it for the credits. Maybe the reason is you're tier 1. Are you tier 1 or tier 2 on the membership? I think tier 1 is not in the credits, so I think I put some of the tier 1 people also there. Just I always feel a bit bad to not shout them out. But yeah, thank you so much for the support. Where's the end screen? Here at the very end it is. One Ring RPG places a ranger presence on the island in the Brandywine north of the bridge. Interesting. Well, actually there is a north of the Brandywine Bridge in Hobbiton. Yeah, that could be possible. We know in, I forgot this to mention the last Hunt for Gollum video, because it was too late, but I think in Sarnford, Aragorn and Gandalf meet, and definitely they have a presence there in this place, but it's south. The other bridge would be so north here somewhere, which is close to Anuminas and Fornost, which are deserted, but still they could have a presence there. So I think it could make sense. Tier 2 gets you also a sub on the gaming channel. Map time, yes. Girdley Island. Yeah, you were also sub to 2 channels at once, right? So I think I counted this in the past. But always, like, very difficult at some point. I'm very happy that I have so many supporters. That helps out quite a bit. Also, some people also already joined Patreon, which is pretty cool. No, Justice, yeah, don't worry too much. I'm very happy that you joined or support me here in many ways and have also done over a long time. We may continue our exploration of the mysterious blank spaces of the map in our dreams when we sleep. Yeah, that is definitely a good call. But yeah, it was very fun today. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm a bit sorry that I was very focused on chat, answering questions, finding the quotes, and I completely forgot that I also have to maybe at times switch the image here from Gandalf with the eagles in the background to a map or some footage from the films or something, or some artwork, which we have not done a lot today. I'm a bit sorry for that. But yeah, I mean, the Q&A is also more like a podcast most of the time, and we had very few location questions, a lot of metaphysical questions. It's a bit hard to show you anything. I mean, we have an artwork, I think. Oh, whatever. No, we have to search for it. But yeah, we're in the stream now. I would say I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day or a good night and sleep well. Please do. I have a plasma TV. Don't ask why, but I get screen burns. Not have an image still. Yeah, sorry. I see the problem. So we have to end. Else, we have an artwork by Kimberly of Gil-galad. I like that the hair is almost silver, which fits Gil-galad, but she couldn't know because when she made this artwork, the book that says he has silver hair was not released yet. So shoutouts to her. Marty, also good night. And yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for all the support. If you haven't seen the channel update video and wondering what is going on, I can still, let me just still briefly mention it here again. So there's now a new channel, and we might move to that called youtube.com/@tphlaw. That's the new channel. We had 600 views already in 2 days, so we're kind of catching up to the unfortunately, we're catching up to the Gollum video in just a couple of like in 2 days on a channel without any subscribers. We're almost hitting 185 subscribers. I have to hit 1,000, by the way, so we are almost 20% of what we need. I need also 4,000 watched hours, which might take a while to get those. I think we will get there. Thank you for +1. 886, thank you, Tremoxo. Much appreciated. And I posted also on the Twitch channel. So yeah, in the channel update video, I kind of explain why I want to try out this. The streams, the Q&A streams, I will most likely leave here on this channel for the time being. We might move around at some point. Just, so this channel here, it will be not a instant transition. It will be a slow process moving over to the other channel because I really need to unlock the monetization features first. And that's why we re-upload some old stuff on the new channel and see where we get with this. I hope it works out. Wish me luck. And next content, like I said, currently working on a games-related video because the game channel is doing really well right now. I'm really happy with that. So I want to also feed that with a bit of content. And the next new video will be the next Who's Elrond part, which potentially ends the thing. And then we have a 11+ hour all-in-one version that I want to make with a few small updates. So that's what you can expect in the upcoming time. Stream-wise, we might play Resident Evil. We still want to continue Indiana Jones, also a fantastic game, and stuff like this. So that's more for the gaming crowd. But yeah, that's what there is. If you haven't seen also the last Who's Elrond videos, the last 2, Prelude to the Lord of the Rings and The Hunt for Gollum, check those out as well as a channel update video. So a lot of content came out recently. Thank you again for watching. I wish you a good night and all the best. See you people next time. Goodbye. Also running a few ads at the end.